Hello, 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 hello. Hold on. Things are taking a bit, I guess, to, load. But I had everything. I am 100% professional. You can't prove, and no one can prove otherwise. Right? Exactly. Things are going well. I am definitely 100% professional. These drop frames are proving my point. Well, I'm gonna have to, I guess, see some stuff here. Sorry, you guys have to see this. Yep. I am professional. I don't know what you're talking about. Absolutely not. But everything was just fine before this. But I guess not. Not, like, fully. So. Yep, Yep, definitely, totally. I'm clicking all the right buttons. So. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna get this fixed, but, I have, I have things I want to talk about. I'm doing good, but there is something there are stuff I would like to talk about. Technically, this might be a little bit of a shorter stream. I have a bit of a cold right now, and I as you can see, I am coughing a lot, and I have been. That's majority of the reason why I haven't been streaming much as of recent. That's part of the reason, only slightly of the reason. But the other reason is how I have been very physically, very tired over a lot of things because of work. But the good news with that is, I know I should, but it's been 2 weeks since I played this, which comes to the other reason why I haven't as of recently, which is because I have been, for the past month or so, I've been stuck in overtime. Now, I'm not done with the overtime. It's not over. It's just no longer 10 hours of overtime. But I can't. This is one thing that I've been doing. It's not that bad. It's I could have sworn I almost fainted one day. Now, I'm not the smartest person, obviously. I have a cold, and I am streaming a game that involves me talking a lot. So, yeah. So, if we can only get one part of the trial, I'll be good. I'll be happy. But also note, this is probably going to be the last stream until Extra Life. The big 25-hour stream next week. With the whole Extra Life thing, I don't have an official schedule put together, or the cards ready for, the milestones, but you can find ideas of what I'm going to be playing and, the mile stuff over on Twitter. They're really fun. I think you should check them out. Not gonna lie. I worked great on them. So anyways, yeah. I think it's just, I've been really wanting to play some more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's been too long, man. Like I said, it's been about 2 weeks since last time. And me being me, I completely forgot to do this. There we go. We can get playing. Also, I think I'm gonna turn off face tracking just so that I can have better, frames. That is definitely something that's been up on this thing as of recent. But actually, hold on. I'm gonna need to BRB in this again. Because for some reason, it's not tracking a mic, but I do have a mic set up. So I could go with the cliche. Oh. I think this will work. Hopefully this is gonna work. Yeah, this works. Hopefully. Without the oh well. Hopefully you guys, it doesn't bother too many people. Myself back up here. Fine. Guess this is all we can do for now. That way we can enjoy the game. Whoop whoop. Continue from our last save. Yes, this is our last save. You 20th February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Amphitheater. Well, I never expected this. Yeah, 2 weeks before, between parts. Yeah, didn't expect that either, Renesque. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Yep. Part of the study tour of Great Britain was the intention about learning the country's legal practices. Now we're just getting a plot summary. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating this as research may seem a little crass. Oh, then when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! How should we go about this good morning? Terrified. Good morning. Mr. Dodson, good morning! we're totally ready. Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. Hey! That could be a broken blood vessel there. I'm not saying that because I have. Early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Do they? Do you guys really say that here and there in Britain? Yes, I've heard that expression. I don't think it's just for the British. I don't really want to catch a worm. It's a figure of speech, Miss Sasuke-san! I tried desperately not to wake up early! I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink! And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. You literacy people take things so literally. Those who are studying literature or whatever, or English or whatever, can you confirm? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Nazi. Yes, who wouldn't put their trust in the two Japanese people who are very young? I think he had no choice to put his faith in us, though, because no one else would defend him. I win 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance, time! Sato, I don't think he has faith in us. Two, terribly. 2, terrible. Terrified. 2, trouble. Really? Because I feel tremors on the floor. I can't do this. I can't take this. Natado Esquire. Yep, definitely can do this. Yep, definitely. Don't have to go. You shouldn't be scared at all. It's not like I'm going up against. Oh wait, I was about to say it's not like I'm going up against the Reaper. Oh wait, I'm right. We are going up against the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes. Totally prepared for this. I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. Somebody felt the same jury as last time. It looked like an opening night. Yeah, for so many people. Don't look at them. Imagine them in your underwear. Especially Bungie. It totally wasn't. I don't know what you're talking about, guys. Totally wasn't thinking about that. I had no idea my case was so notorious affair here in London. Oh, yep, definitely. It's definitely because my actual debut as an actual fucking lawyer. Die. Do you know why that might be, Miss Natsu? Is it because I can drop spoons? I'm sorry, Mr. Canada. I have no idea. Yeah, That all-knowing look on your face is just a coincidence, then, isn't it? Don't transform me! It's Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Von Sheik? Is that right, Miss Sato? Renouske, you can't be that much of an idiot. You knew he was the prosecutor of this case. I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes. What about our budget for employees, Sato?! Lord Von Sheik is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in the court. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? He's so hot. days ago marked Lord Von Cheek's return to the courtroom after his very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGill. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, only just have arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Valley so soon? For what appears to be a mundane murder. It wasn't even a mundane murder. There was no murder as of yet. That's the question the papers are asking. They all have speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? What's it's the most significant saga of the century for some of us. I mean... Oh dear! I mean, no offense, Mr. Natsim, but that's how the papers are describing it. Well, at least we forgot the fact that could spark an international incident. It's true, it could, because if Sasuke is named guilty, it'd be that they would see it as a Japanese man killing a British man on British soil. Doors! I've had the reverse of a British man being killed by being framed as a Japanese man who murdered a British man on Japanese soil. Don't worry about it. I got this! Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But another blatant similarity of the trial of 2 days ago. Oh, yes, I agree. It's kind of my debut as an official lawyer! Ayo, let's go! 4 episodes in! Welcome, student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. It's you. Ayo, let's go! My official debut as a lawyer! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Most times, it's you who stood against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! I mean, he did call us his omnipotence friend. So, yeah, I guess you could say we're friends. He has called us friend. I mean, I think he was insulting us mostly, but whatever. I'll take what I can get! He's hot! Please, I don't rub shoulders with death bringers. I am only really good at being at the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm afraid there's really only one other explanation. Debuting of a Japanese British lawyer! It can only be another example of Mr. Naruto of your uncommon bad luck. Hey! I was only accused of murder twice. That's pretty good in the... No, actually, no. I'm tied for most accusing of murders of Ace Attorney protagonist. Yeah, that's right, Phoenix was accused of murder twice. So far. I don't know, I've only played the trilogy, you guys know this. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by some man with such failed fortune? Because I'm the only one who will represent you. Tata, why couldn't we go with the more cliche one of the debut of the cool and badass British-Japanese lawyer, the Japanese-British lawyer? I mean, sure, yeah, my debut was your story, but what with the day before that, but during the Miss McGill trial, but still, stop. Not though. But the least lucky lawyer alive! I've only been a lawyer for like 2 days, dude. Well, let's not forget. I have a 100% win rate, even in Japan. That it was you, Mr. Natsu, who asked me to represent you. Dude, Ronosuke, he was fucking desperate. He was desperate. Yes, it's true that I am just a student new to London. I'm just a student new to London with it was little in the ways of experience or skill or luck or timing. But I promise you this. I will fight for your honor to the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsun. Oh, wonderful, let lockroom student and Mr. Naruto Esquire. You can just call me Renosuke, it's totally fine. You're not alone here. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsun. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I'll always be on your side. Don't worry, you are the defendant in this case, and I am the defense lawyer. You know, it's fine. Oh, beloved non-Lacom assistant Miss Makaba, Esquireness. I am in your debt forever! I shall never forget this kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsu, counsel for the defense! We were having a moment, bailiff. Courtesans, the court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom into the courtroom at once. Well, at least we'll get to see his hotness. Alright then, Mr. Natsu. It's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my third overall. And my second trial against the Reaper. So fucking hot. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Except for all the times I consider, she caught. You were my first love in this game. But then you had to go die. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. And Bill Bailey, courtroom. Oh, Mr. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Now I call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Omnipotency is truly a fascinating breed. Sorry, what? It seems just to be like, I'm surprised to see you in court again. We're surprised to see you too! We junk busted in a trial all yesterday! Lord Strongheart has told me about you. Yeah. What has he said about us? Hopefully nothing bad. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Fucking Strongheart. I knew I couldn't trust that man! Do you have a point? I beat you in court! So, ha ha ha! Being a confederate, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical nepotency arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is such an appropriate description. It's called oblivious. I'm very oblivious to what's really going on. I don't even know the full story of what happened. That doesn't... Not between you and him. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. I wouldn't say that, so, let's all agree to say he's not guilty. Very true. And most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragedy conclusion came later, of course. We were informed of that. Here's City acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. Cheers! I don't know. Thank you, consuls. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Guys! It's fair play! Fair play is assured! I'm so glad this isn't the end of him! You never know when you might be down on your luck. I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Wait! Guys! Guys! Could that be like Mr. Foss? Oh, well, not me. Well, you see, what you see is what you get. I'm a peace level, you little big fellow. Oh, Jane! Hey! I expect to see you here! I'm afraid I must say, it's quite impossible to that mustache foreigner did the deed. Objection, Your Honor! Get juror number 4! I'm kidding. Come on! What are we waiting for? No doubt he did it, anyways. Eh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Oh god, juror number 6 is gonna be a real fun one to be. Very well. Let us proceed. Guys, I'm getting like juror number 3 and Mr. Foss could be at least related. You know, are you feeling this? Your opening statements, if you please. Lord back to you. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that very land, a certain Mr. Sasaki Natsu. And while our country has extended this foreign student with warmest welcome, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of the most sinister act. Already? Breaking the glass already, Punchy! Okay! A plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I'll tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. The bloody oaths they are. Oh yes, yep, juror number 1, we do know what you have with knife murders, crimes, yep, uh-huh. You want the knife back? You know, you could have the knife. It was a W after. Just look at this shallow complexion and such stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. What the fuck? The defense is all Japanese! He's not gonna listen to us at the slightest. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now over 1, 2, 3. whether he can hear that he has our back or not. I appreciate you, jury number 6. Pray, forgive the discouragement of slashing my hollow chalice here in this great chamber. We've only been live for 40 minutes. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir! He is truly the company of our game. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at the Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case before, Inspector? Well, I won't be pursuing your things. I probably only have to inspect presses stuff once. The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s with the name of Olive Green. Person referring to the victim's name. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yeah, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Gregson? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attackers and knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now. She's been in a comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose. See. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately, for the Eastern students, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. You mean the one you gave me yesterday? Here's the map, everyone. It is! As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement during running alongside Bailey Road, while through a wide thoroughfare for horse-driven vehicles. It had not long since stopped as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the lady's life was spared. She's currently being treated at one of the city's hospitals. being unconscious as she is, we're unable to take statement from her, of course. This is the case with everything we know. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept this document as evidence, if you please. Case file. Gotta make sure we got this stuff. Examine! Details. Young woman rendered unconscious following the stab wound to the back. Victim, olive green female, broad study, early 20s. Location, pavement of Bailey at Road East Side. Reporting officer, Rolling Reed. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound with the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away from a reporting officer and successfully arrested the following day. What of the weapon that was abused? Sir, I have that here. I removed it from the victim. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. Especially as a Japanese man. With a heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. Can we prove that the victim, that the accused's fingerprints are on it? Even a scraggly looking Saki's son, I suppose. Common or a garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts this blade as evidence. Enter it into the court record. I must examine it! Let me examine it, Your Honor, Lord! Now then, what do we know of the motive of money or values, I presume? But first, we must examine. Is that all we can do right now? Ooh, yeah. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto. Just that tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Sato. Yes. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes. You don't think that it's still in the victim? It could still be lodged into the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Okay, I think that's all we're gonna get out of the knife. motive, money, or values, I assume. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she is a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have any much worse pension, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from the visiting second-hand bag shop, the defendant doesn't appear to get out much. He doesn't touch grass often, like most of us probably don't. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Yes! Sorry for the outburst. If the suspect remnants have been ruled out of the motive, what reason could Mr. Matsu possibly have for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that. In totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Pray, forgive the courtesy of flinging the fleshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. Oh, don't worry, the public gallery probably ate it up, Fun Cheek. Just like I would have. But your words have sorrowed its hollow banquet. It's for you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. Objection! What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Shubs! Get your butt in here! Inspector Grudsing, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court why the congressally came to arrest the Napatine student. Yes, sir! Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. The visibility was reasonably good. There was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought, and he was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Objection! Old books, you say? Do they belong to you, Your Honor? Or my lord? I'm gonna accidentally call you my lord, Your Honor, all the time. Sorry, Your Honor. My lord! after the incident. Yes, I can clearly see the books in which you are referring to. I will take this photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Unipotines are spineless breed, too casually to admit defeat. Because we're not defeated yet! Denying everyone despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. You think I'm just gonna give up on you? I don't know the meaning of give up. Well, I don't know the meaning of defeat. Forgive me, Lord Funchi, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Misato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to be playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Well, now that you mention it, he did admit to running away. When we visited him in prison yesterday, he did tell us all that had happened. As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out a silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, just as I went to overtake her. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slab of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodging. A green overcoat? That's exactly what the woman in the princess is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has nothing more than admit that he fled from the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of a heinous crime of stabbing a woman in the back. There's nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there was nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. Maybe it was the Phantom Lady. Oh, wait. She's already been arrested. In fact, that's the accused. That the accused condenses. Ugh. Still have the right to my cross-examination. It seems the cross-examination would prove pivotal, counsel. I still right my right to the cross-examination. Nailed it. Thank you, Your Honor. I mean, my lord, I'm sorry! I will keep calling him Your Honor! Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. Has to use the cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Mr. Nut seems for arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was a unusual light fog.
Hold it!
Hold it! A little fog, a light fog, you say? Well, a light is for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther though. That's light. That light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I expect. Expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I read London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that it gives a city a rather beautiful appearance. Tisk, how quaint. Now I'm starting to understand some of these comics I've been seeing. Better. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. As I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large amount of incidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day, I was nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. No, my lord! Not to say that I should definitely remember to stop and look and listen. However, on the day of that it concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact that no doubt eliminated by the visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused. What if it was a stab and run?
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that's what the witness to this crime has told us. Objection! Ow. Ah, yes. Inspector Grunson mentioned the witnesses, yes, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, madam. Then we must hear their testimony. We'll get to their testimonies, Renosuke. prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. It is necessary! But not right now, we have cross-examination to finish. But, wait a minute! At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas street lights. Fuck. Ah! The prosecution believes that there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we need to hear those two statements. Really? If I could get just through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. I have a game plan. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind, subsequently collapsed onto the pavement. Objection! From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from the print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The hand of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And would you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition? Comatose, no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated at the BART. Well, I'll have to go there for investigation later. It was helpful that you come around before the trial started, so I could take a statement, so it wouldn't. But it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear from the victim's own account of the events. Luck isn't on your client's side, it seems. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. Uh-huh. Yep, definitely. Uh-huh. Yep. 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 We're say yes and move on. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Yep, we're definitely. Your forced tone is seriously undetermined by the eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings over the floor. Hold it! Hold it! Mr. Nottingham's belongings. I think you'll find it all there in the photograph or print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. You got more than 3 books yesterday. Shit! Some of two shrilling tenders receipt of what are the names of the books? That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. And apparently damaged after falling in snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all three books in one hand. Which means his other hands would have been free to wield the knife. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Nazi's hands would be full with his books. He managed to close one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord. Yes. There's been a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop.
Hold it!
Hold it! The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. He really likes books. A shop full of old English literature. I condemn the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked to the floor to the ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodging is this place right here. Bullhum Bum Books. A little place on the corner of Bayard Road and Meshoot Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Bayard Road, at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would take it home. Something like this. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from the particular shop. Mr. Nadado? Yeah, I'm looking at the receipt again. Okay. Bullhorn Book. Your books! Ha! Ha! I found a contradiction! Sato, I found the contradiction, don't worry. I think what the inspector just told us could turn to be about vital importance. Exactly, Sato! Yes, I agree. Objection, Your Honor. The most important part of the inspector judgment is being the bookshop's name! Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Take a look at this receipt. Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be in vital importance. Maybe. It is. Just wait until I yell. Just wait for my objection. Oh, well, I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Thanks, my lord. Could this man be any more saturated? We still have more to cross, but whatever. He was on his way from Berlin Books on the second-hand bookshop. He apparently patronized. I need to press it, you know. So the shop is called Burnham Books, is it? Yes, I know the contradiction, and I know what to do. I just want to press for any achievements. That's right. That's the closest second-hand bookshop to the Keys' lodging. And to get from there back to his room, he would have gone right past the very spot the incident took place. If I could just confirm one point, can we be sure that the defendant really did visit Berlin Books on the day in question? Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. Objection! You haven't confirmed it? Why the devil not, Inspector? Well, the thing is, I didn't think you had a good reason to, did you, Inspector? The shopkeeper had gone on a trip, you see. Left the morning after the incident to collect more stock, I'm told. So we haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited his shop on the day in question or not. Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. What? Accordingly to the statement he made at the time, the accused had no recollection of where he's been. Of course he doesn't. The bloke clearly has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking about town. He claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing and really notices the name. I should say the man ought to learn to look where he's going, to say the very least. So, no one knows the name of the bookshop. Objection! It's just as I thought then. Oh, I knew it, but... Is something the matter? Thought so? Inspector, you may continue with your testimony. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke and arrested him.
Hold it!
Yes, for the help of the famous detective Sherlock Holmes to locate the defendants, I believe. Stuff and nonsense. What? Sorry? That Jack in the office, that busybody, just come back and sticks his O, or whenever we ask him or not. But according to what I hear, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by the Scotland Yard detectives. Well, that's nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. Okay, I get it. You don't like Sholmes. Ah! I tell him time and time again, when something happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your blooming instruction. I see. If the meddler gets his hands on any details, we'll be reading we'll all be in the reading and writing his magazine next month. Oh, don't worry. And you can bet your last farthing that I'll be in there too, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Hey, I get it. You don't like Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Sholmes, but no, Mr. Sholmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the things I be getting. Inspector? If the man is proved determinational to the yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with it. No harm comes to Sholmes. No harm comes to Sholmes. Okay? I can't have my third love die as well as my first love. You're my second love, by the way, because my first love dies. Yeah! Stop spilling your food all over the court, Gregson! It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yes, the Reaper's words can carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyways, the point is that little Japanese bloke already admitted it. He admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he bought that day. What do you think, Mr. Matado? I know what to do. I just wanted to press everything. If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Nazi's fate will be sealed. Yes, I'm sure they will find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. I know exactly the contradiction to point out. I said it. Objection! If I could just stop you there, Inspector Clarkson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsian's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and the details of the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found this in the accused's room, did you? Yep. Yes. But the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from the bookshop called Yours Books. But Yours Book. Your, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsian did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the book shop in question was not Borderland Books. What? Inspector! Do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir! Yours Book is another second-hand bookshop not far from Burham Books. It's just that. Well, it's such a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, it is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here. If that may be of help. Yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant has been returning from Borham Books, then yes, he would most certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Yours Book, It may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on what this other bookshop is, but I do declare that it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It's absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this your book establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that yours books is just here on the next corner of Mushroom Street going east. The location map has been updated in the court record. And yet, there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. Fuck! Someone has taken the same path! He still would have passed the scene of the crime! My learned Nipton's friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regains us with such witnesses to your future career in the circus. God damn it. Yep. Welcome to everyone bullies in the fence. Put your glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. Don't worry. If the accused is coming from your books instead of your books, there is no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Was not necessary, Inspector! Gag. Allow me to eradicate from my learns, if somewhat slow. God damn it! The fires are coming at me! Whenever a man purchases monthly tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Wherever, but no one stopped to mention whenever! Ah! I suspected. You can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. We were just talking to you yesterday. And what did I say? I had enough with this show. Now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Nanado. You mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, he's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider this assertion to put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Faceook was the past location of the incident was available from your books, but objection! The assertion made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed! Explain yourself, counsel. I thought I would think of something by the time you asked that. Yes, my lord. You can see it from what I mean on this map! When they're returning from your books to his lodging, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only convenient route to be taken between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodging without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is commonly referred to as the long way around. Ah! Fuck! On the cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take the longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obviously route back to his lodging, and the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But yes, Mr. Nasir, what route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questions. Right, he's absolutely clueless. He claims he has no recollection. Damn it! Making my life so much harder! Haha. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time wandering aimlessly from A to B. Objection! You said he wanders aimlessly from A to B. So that doesn't necessarily mean he would have taken the shorter way home on a cold winter's night. That day was no exception. Says he does not remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend. For what? And suggest that we do not waste any more time of this court's time by wasting aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what do you say, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Hold it. Mr. Fairplay! I agree with Lord Von Sheik. Whose side are you on, Fairplay? Wholeheartedly, in every way. What? I don't believe it. This is mean. We members of the jury are completely convinced now.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
No, jury number 6, you were my favorites! I had called upon my right to suffocation examinations! It would appear the jury's leanness isn't involved in this. Pull yourself up. You got this. We got a suffocation examination to do. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolution. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Nadado. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those of the as superior are not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Exactly! Ow. Right of the defense is written in Quinto, British law, that they should have been buried a long time ago. Call it in quintessential, if you will. But the defense proclaims to carry out a suffocation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. Thank you, my lord! In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summontation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm also familiar with that omnipotent whippersnapper and his oak's refusal to throw it in his alley. Fuck you! Yeah, that's definitely not a thing. as the defense should say to the jury. Isn't that right, Mr. Foreplay? But before we get to that, I'm gonna save real quick because I would like to do something real quick. Okay. Hopefully we are back. So let's try this again. So continue. Alright. Time for our summontation examination. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. The jurors contend. For pity's sake, that little nippetin's oddity has already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that woman is in green collapse before his very eyes, then why can't it have only been the victim? The man who wouldn't have gone around those houses on the way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, she was. How dreadful. I don't really care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing. Your book, yes. Nice shop, Duchess, but for a book. No, not worship, is it? Okay, this one is not as obvious as the last one. It's only minor exceptions. The reasons for finding the defendants guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant has fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convince this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of not seeing his guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that no one could else see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Nadadote, this is no time for grumbling. But I grumble a lot. We wanted to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. I have to turn the tides. I must make the jurors change their mind. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summontation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Renosuke. You can do it! Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Oh, I can't press for these.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Aha! I knew it was foreplay! Yes, I have a feeling I knew your face. From the side of it, anyways. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After a gold rush down under, I came back to London for work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started forsaking around for his foreplay with the man of repartee. Sorry. Don't think I forgot how you treated me the other day. You only doing my job. You had me at that young hatter pegged as criminal. Oh well, you know, water under the fridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been barging me non-stop. Oh, that was just 2 days ago. I mean, that trial definitely needs further investigation. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyways, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty. Haha. Thank goodness. Yeah, I'm not gonna have an easy time with juror number 1, guys. Alright? Maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what has become of Mr. Foss now. I do too! If he said the woman was in the dream collapsed before his eyes, why can't it only have been the victim?
Hold it!
You're right on that time of the incident. The defendant admits to have seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Quite well, precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny Nipotine man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let's not forget, madam, the defendant admirably denies attacking the women. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie you're suggesting, do you not think he would have conducted something more incredible? Oh, really, I couldn't say. After all, you're foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it, and I probably shouldn't say it in the courtroom. I did declare that man has already been in a mission. And he himself has stated that there's nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. Ugh. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling. It's simple thing, I must admit. Oh my, you're too kind, my lord. That one, well, for her. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on the way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean. Was it Calibration Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that's what counts for a little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And although at the moment, there is no proof that shows he did it, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And I understand it. The accused himself does not remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Haha, why is all of this true? So really, there's only one thing that makes sense when he went home on Umbrella Road. Ah! I'm supposed to be convincing you here! I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I just didn't make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there's some logical reason why he might have gone to Calstrip Road, that'd be different. Well, I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Sasuke-san might have taken longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she so dreadful?
Hold it!
Yes, we all know we're not scared. That is Jane. Whatever the matter, whatever the matter, young man. Oh, shut up! You know exactly who I am. You're the wife of Mr. Gallivant, aren't you? The landlord who runs Mr. Matthew's room. Oh, my master's wife? Where did you get your idea, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand? Yeah, that sunflower ring tells me otherwise. She's keeping up that charade. It's going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you've been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean? Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. That is true. I even know that part. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I have no choice. I see. Anyways, Mr. Natsim, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's home, doesn't he? Yes, that is right. Absolutely. Although he's only been over in a little over a week now. Aha! And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsim look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. Come on, Jay! What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unsophisticated mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've never heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Dotson. How can people say such a thing about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyways, I better be careful with inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. I don't really care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I got work.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. It will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life is on the line here, too. And so is my family's. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand. But a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. Wait, don't you get paid to be a juror? I got like $20 for just sitting in the courtroom for jury duty once. So, I think you should be getting paid, sir. If I don't work, I don't eat. Neither does wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning, find out what to be doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. That's the time of the year where the water and the gas prices burst left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor and to get the roads dug up to fix it. The hard slog from dawn to dusk it is. So, you were out digging up on the roads the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right. Mearstone Street it was. Mearstone Street. On the map, Mr. Naruto, there's only three named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can't we just get to the business get this business over with? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it.
Hold it!
if I understand correctly, you're a day's labor and you were doing the road maintenance on that day. That's right. Like I said, you're getting a lot of busting gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. The only time of year fellows like me can actually make a glob. And I'm missing out on today. And when you say from dawn to dusk, well, the work has to be completed within the day, you see. No coaches or pedestrians can walk while it's happening. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir. To mark on the street map the exact location the work you were carrying out. Give it here, then. Let me have a look. Right, let's see that. Here we are, here, Mr. Shear. Yes, it was just like that. Here. Objection! It was a tiny tug, I can tell you. We had to get it all the drifts of snow that was frozen solid. And with that sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning and we couldn't have finished and we can't have finished before gone 6 that day. The snow has stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure. That means the road was still going on when Miss Green was attacked around 5 o'clock. Road work on Mearsham Street, huh? You're a bookstore, not a shop runner. Quite important for books, not for some business.
Hold it!
Hold it, you say? Hold what? I said hold it! No. What I said was hold it! What I wanted to ask was, do you visit Lord Yours books often? I like those old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of cold tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. And what time did you visit Yours book on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books here all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. Are you guys noticing what I'm noticing? Juror number 6 is wearing a green overcoat! Guys! I think I made a breakthrough! I think I have a breakthrough here, guys. Juror number 6 could turn about this whole case. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yeah, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was stalking down the Cablish Road when I slipped on ice and donked my head. It was always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I think. Really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calbish Road. That's right. I live on Cork Pipe, you see. Heading down Calbish Road is quite a good way for me to get back from Yours book. Juror number 6, I must insist. Guys! Batsum didn't see the victim collapse. He saw juror number 6 collapse. Breakthrough achieved! Breakthrough! It could not have been Mr. Natsim! That you add that information to your formal testament, it very well may be very extremely significant! Radeski, take that fucking man out of your sentence! It very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Is that ahead into your testimony, jury number 6. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear all the members of the jury Mr. Natsu with guilt. But I can't help feeling what some of their opinions are rather subjective. Sato? God. I agree. It's irrelevant of what some of them are saying. That's to send any shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsu. I mean, that's something. So we must use that to our advantage, Mr. Nanader. Cunningly. Yes, you're right. Yours again. Careful. And if any of their assertions are odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes! Don't hold back. Pit them all against each other! That's not how it works, Sato. For pity's sake, that little nippert's oddity is already admitted himself, didn't he? Jury number 5, 3.
Objection!
Aha! Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear! Don't worry, I'm not accusing you of murder, Mr. Juror number 3. I'm only saying that you're contradicting. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. But you gave me some obvious, great information, juror number 5. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what has been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsu visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there was work being carried out on Merchant Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant from home could not have taken him along Mere Street and down Barley Road. Oh, yes, of course! What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can't you? We must have a good 2 yards or more of pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had turned back and goes the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer way back to his lodging. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around to the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But, we see now, he had no choice. Yes! My lord, my judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty. Yes, I would like this trial to continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Yay! Convinced one person! What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled. That's what I say. Yeah! I convinced 2 people! Woo! 2 more to go! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. That is wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple minds at least. That strengthens our position somewhat. Yes, and it would prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider that. Wait! I know the other 2 to pit! I need to pit juror number 2 against juror number 6! They may be asking themselves if their current leaning really right or wrong. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or just identity that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsu. we might be able to tip the balance completely. I agree, Sato. Yes, that's exactly what we got to do. Von Cheek is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we want to prevent. We have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Ah, it's not saying anything. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summatation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Objection! Those two good statements now clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel? Well, juror number 2. Juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir? Where's that, Shorty? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything! If there's at least one fact that we can be sure of here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates on that day of the attack that he has been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. Then he returned home on foot. But the man says he was not in recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember seeing is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in the green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we're all well of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, or whatever do you mean? I'm sure you've heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. The same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over in the icy streets of the neighborhood. Oh my! You think I'm backing down so easily? Juror number 1, or fair play? I'm not. I'm totally way more skilled than you saw me last time. A whole 2 days ago. Oh my goodness, you mean? That's right. I'm referring to of course, to the hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman in the end of the bench here and it was me today? That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat built victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need to be. No, juror number 6. You're my favorite, but you know. And critically, we know precisely where the old man in the green coat fell. On Calabish Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long way back to his lodging. And that if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Bailey Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! You idiot old man! If you haven't been so daft to be roaming there, we have boxed this off hours ago. And really, and what were you thinking wearing such a buffling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the street these days? Sure. Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? We're not keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but you'd like to change your leaning, I presume. I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well, thank you. Of course, the two I know are the ones who I have to convince. The ones I have to convince are the two I know. Great, cool. Well, that 7-station examination has concluded with a rather shift in opinion. The allies to the nose fours. So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we have no longer a concert amongst the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Could it seem that sure should me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after arising objection? Only to crush it in disgust? Pray, forgive the curse. Lord upon cheek! It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? About us being in the circus? I mistakenly credit these juries with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them failing for a cheap trick. As performed by an Eastern entertainer. Hey! I am officially a lawyer? Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed. Fellow juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the roads as he claimed. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you have excavated. That's right. It took me a whole day and they paid me merely tuppence for it. Now, my learned omnipotent friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I have no clue. I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone's mere moderate vulgature. Would you not agree, my sullen friend? Eh? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong. No. What? And did you, perchance, erect the sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the side of your work? Eh, I wouldn't dream of it. That's a waste of time. No coaches would have hoped to passing anyways. We just turned any gentlefolks back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench with his meandering around town. Ah! Is that true? Is it? The individual truth is that books are just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt on his way back to his lodging. Not to walk down Barrelade Road. Ugh, crushed in a single sentence. And, old man, you can't talk? You said that around 5 o'clock in the day in question, you slipped and fell on the Cablish Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nepentines behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say that this old man was the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Order! Lord Von Sheik, explain yourself. My lord? If you have such a transcendent argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not pull for it during the summatation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he had no doubt came from. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So hot. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. I haven't been able to sightsee! What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Grant. Bailiff! Bring forth the witnesses. The next witnesses. Perfect! Mr. Nutado, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland policeman. And no less. I'm afraid it's likely that the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Von Sheik brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Sasuke say. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Considerably royal beat shot! Nothing to report on the street, Shah! And I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say that I'm this young town hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we're celebrating our first anniversary only the first other day. No. It was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Well, this being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beats is the most damning work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from the rare days off, the gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know? They patrol brooding houses and pubs, clocks taxes, surveys streets, and checks the meters that are reading a street. And they are responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting it and extinguishing our street lights. There's a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I would have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, is the considerable expectation to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. London's Bobby is. This man is not. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Baylor Road in the opposite direction. And they witnessed the accident as it occurred. Wasn't that correct, Mr. and Mr. Beats? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Cut sounded by Rolly Beats. Shot. Nothing to report on the street. Shot. What a great witness he's gonna be. I agree, Renesque. It's definitely gonna make it on the thumbnail. Very good. My lord? I would like to hear your formal testimonies, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw in the afternoon of the incident. Yes, shot! What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary, and Raleigh was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyways, the two silhouettes appeared out of the fog in the pavements in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other just scattered something before running off. He ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Raleigh and I both saw him clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have possibility identify Mr. Natsun at the scene. If the testimony is true, the alternative course of the events you established in the examination will be squashed. It's Neil, in fact, because that alternative is never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate arrangement. And on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, this witness saw the face of the man kneeling in the scene. They are testifying under oath that, without a doubt, the accused, Mr. Knox. And on one of these witnesses was men, no less. You appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that man is so tired and his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Also, it won't be done in minutes. I take a good 20 minutes. I'd probably spend like a good 10 minutes on every cross-examination. Pressing, pursuing, doing all the things. It was our wedding anniversary and Raleigh was taking me for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say. So you're also a member of the police, Mrs. Bryant? Yep. Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for the strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children are in the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks over so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the crown, doesn't it, darling? I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is just creepy. Oh no, Raleigh. I much prefer you in your uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when you're in your plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly appear to the point. You're going for a meal that you have finished after you finished your beats for the day, correct? That's right. Yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending a whole day on my feet. But policing is my life. As long as I'm proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warning card, Proof that I am a London copper. It has a noble founding of principle of the force written on it, as a reminder to us all policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London and town and uphold the peace of a patrolman, of the common man. And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without failing and without grumble. Because I know that the plopping of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it. But just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beats put up a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pot! Oh, Raleigh! This is gross. Oh, what a charming couple! Your young love is such joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. That's exactly what I'm thinking, Runosuke. And then kindly describe what happened next. Anyways, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog in a pavement in front of us.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up the failure road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrunchy, single-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Nasty. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you were certainly that time there was nobody else nearby. Oh yes, quite certain. But it was dark, but there were streetlights on Briarlier Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briarlier Road is dead straight, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And there is the street lighting as well. Before sleep takes the firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Pitt. And are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes sir! As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the street, I swear I am as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat! Oh, Raleigh! I swear to God, if this happens every single time. I still maintaining that there was no one else around when the victim in the attack. It's starting to seem like there must be really how it happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsu, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed. All of a sudden, One of them just collapsed on the floor and the other scattered before running off.
Hold it!
Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Huh? What? Ah, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir! The culprit had dropped a number of items. All of them were the victim laid on the pavement. Indeed. Clearly pictured in this photographed print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Let's not forget that remains to be established in the defendant indeed was the attacker. But we saw him! It was the man in the docks that question saw. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taunt mouth, the snub nose. Everything! Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right! He looked down at the poor, defenseless woman in those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem all as though they're telling me the truth here. I feel like they feel like they are telling the truth. May I remind the court that the ambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir. He ran straight over her course and went to the hotbed in nearby police box.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Huh? What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Miss B to go. I was off duty at that point, but Bobby said it's truly never off duty, of course, so I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. B. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of a considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman's footstep isn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat that incident fell under so she could report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more important than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of the two model citizens. Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Ah, yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely the Japanese man in the dock. Polly and I both saw him clear as day.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the street lamp, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Oh, poor Raleigh. Right. The light from the street lamp is more than enough. My husband already told you the fog was only light, did he? Haha, yes. And what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. We already established this, Your Honor, my lord. But the absolute menace of those who have lived with it, of course. Oh, is it? For goodness sake, you can't even see the hands at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for certainty that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Oh, what? Ah, yes, I was the accused. No mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the shop. Unmistakable, Shaw! As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sasuke-san they saw running from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, I hate to admit it, but hearing on the testimony, it really does seem though Mr. and Mr. Pete saw what they say they saw. And Mr. Natsu running away from the scene of Failure Road on that day. Yes, if I feel the same. So if that's true, where does that leave us? Then members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no. And what do we do? Kazuma's son was here. What are you trying to say? I think you would try to find a contradiction somewhere else in their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsu is so ambiguous. Calling that into question would help. But if you could identify some other part of the testimony that seems to contradict the fact, you might be able to discredit them. Make the jury doubt that the pair's memories of the day were accurate. Oh, right. Put it simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early, unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? There's two Mr. Lawyers here. Which one are you referring to? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, I'm with it. What? No. Oh, no, it's really not that at all. My husband is a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Oh, I know. What about the books that the man dropped? I could tell you the name of every single one I could. Every single one. Please do! If you dare to question how reliable my testimony is. That will do, Miss Pete. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea of what I'm capable of. I arrived in London 2 days ago. And even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Raleigh will. I can't. I didn't really mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like this opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Pete. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That settles things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the name of the four books, Patricia? Objection! He only bought 3! But we're still gonna press it. Yes, we know about the books that were dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby secondhand bookshop in the day of question. After I've been sent to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. And as my man's officer's wife. After all, I did it for Raleigh. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying. He was lying down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. You work so hard. You work ever so hard, don't you know? Ever so hard, don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mr. Beats, seeing as you regard your court tales the power of your relation, would you be so kind to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? Hold on, let me get a note of what books he purchased. The picture of Mr. Lacoa, the meal of Gabatu, Cabardine Yearning. There was the picture of Menicious, somebody or something. What's it yearning? And there was a meal for someone. And last was definitely the thingy gummy something. As you see. Yes, I see there's one or two holes in your memory. Oh well, they were all along those lines, I'm quite sure. Except for the last one, that doesn't even exist. There was indeed a book found at the scene and title was titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it means everywhere you're implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Anyone who upsets my petition will have to answer to this! Oh god, he's pulling out a gun! Oh god, good. He's so tired, he will not threaten me with guns. Terribly terrifying. Yes, she really is. So that's it then. Okay. Objection! So, you're saying that there were 4 books. That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur something, what's it yearnings, a meal for something, and the Thingy something. I'm sorry, Miss Beats. But there was a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no! What flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Here's books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsu's purchase that day. As you can see, there's only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you, 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there's only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there! I swear it! I saw them! No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon, unlike mine. It can't be denied. That although you said you saw the defendant yourself, you could have been very well mistaken. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no!
Objection!
It's plainly evident that your powers of deduction cannot be relied upon, my learned nipotence friend. What? What can't be denied is what those two witnesses saw is the accused running from the scene. The fact that you know very well that you have no hope for disproving. Ah! So you're striven to avert attention from that by dint of some unconditional discrepancies. Would that be fair? He's right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with the toast. The policeman's wife, and her entirely accurate testimony in every aspect. Oh, you see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Braillard Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection.
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. In that print, you mean to say? Allow me to present another that shows the victim's hand. Lion's pride. Juror number 4! I need your assistance real quick! Actually, I think I just need Chum's assistance real quick. But Chum's ain't here, so I need jurors number 4. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden in view of the original print by the victim's torso. No. Order! There, you see? Look at that! Look! Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, Shaw! Patricia's always right, Shaw. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused in question today. Miss Reed, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lockwood. What's it, yearning? The Canterbury yearning. A mirror for someone. A mirror for Gabatal, in fact. As the court just heard, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Pierre's Pyro's explanation can only describe as exponential. Did you hear that, Raleigh? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, Shaw! Flawless. Shaw, Patricia is flawless. But, there's only 3 books here on the receipt, and Miss Butte mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is what's shown in the photographic print. Guys, that print isn't shit. I'll need that to be inserted as evidence. Can that print be shown as evidence? I know exactly where that book comes from. Guys, you should know exactly where that book is from. Did you not see the burn mark on it? think that's Mr. Galabit's copy. Isn't looking good for us. Why should the fourth book be ultimate from the receipt? It's not at all, Lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the fourth book was found in the victim's closet. Objection! In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of the fourth book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit the aforementioned print to the court. My pleasure, my lord. Second, the fourth book has been entered into the court record. The prosecution rests. Hold it. You see here, guys, that looks like a burn mark. You know who had a fire in their house yesterday? Juror number 4, would you like to answer that for me, please? I can't find anything out of place. Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You've never been able to read it in this way, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Bring this up with juror number 4! Okay. The prosecution may rest, but the defense definitely does not! I had nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your very assistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The surprise is longer route to the accused lodging that you tried to establish in your summatation examination, and the attempt to describe the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we say is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Right, Pat! Marry me, Pat! Raleigh, you two are already married. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their position. Should the court waste any more time on this nipotence travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have all heard the witnesses, and have seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Natado, I'm afraid we're in trouble. Terribly precious. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well make matters worse. Think, Renosuke, think. What do you do now? When in doubt, raise an objection!
Objection.
I'm not done yet! No, my learned friend, it's over. That's the last cross-examination with your final chance to establish a fair and credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say. What would Kazuma do? If I may, Lord Banshee? It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little eastern island must be a lawless hole indeed. For lowly judicial systems to have the audacity to intervene in a moment like this. Oh. I'm, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential to, and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruto! One of these land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, this court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Sato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter as you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruto, what do you think? Is it a possibility that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been looking for? The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leaning in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain the crucial piece of evidence is and why. We must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. I already did that, Sato. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Miss Sato. This is it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let that go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers some insight to this case, which Hazaro has been overlooked. The fourth book, Your Honor! The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the scene of the crime. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Have you turned it around? Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Ah! Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afford you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained the hither undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. Do I identify this clue at once? Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruto, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clues in the case, which the fourth book conceals? Right?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! This has been burnt to a crisp. So we have asked ourselves, why was the victim clutching that clearly unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to be doing.
Objection!
Unnaturally, you say. What of it, my nipton's friend? Oh! Where I can see my point is, if it bears no relation to this case, there's nothing to discuss. So should you wish to insert that fire damage is a vital clue to what happened as to what happened that day. Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Jury number 4? Would you like to a charred book? There's just one possibility here, which I can't bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but it's worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Counsel. Explain the theory. What are you suggesting that you can assert from this fire damage to this home owner? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But you already know who the book belongs to. The victim was grasping it in her hands as she fell on the floor. After all, it's obviously her. The question about how this came to be in the victim's hands has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of whose book really it belongs to, or where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Isn't that right, juror number 4? Good gracious, how can you possibly? I wasted much time yesterday. I wasted a lot of time yesterday, Your Honor. I mean, my lord. Very well. I play along with this futile attempt to delay your inimitable demise. But do remember, a member of the jury may well burn you if your gamble goes a little awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell us, the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burned book?
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owns the house where the defendant had his lodging. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gallowgate. The landlords? And whether this is an extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate of work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Gallowgate herself. Oh, no, my goodness. Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. Don't play dumb with me. I know your true identity. I'm not Mr. McGill's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gallowgate's house? I would never presume to know if the book's kept, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate the hard-working member of the public. You dismissed her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day of the question, at almost the exact same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mr. Gallowgate's house. Good Lord! What sort of incident, counsel? A fire. A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know? The whole place was filled with smoke. couldn't see a badly thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The badly furniture was starting to go up as well. Worst of it is I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride, the exact book shown in the photograph, and that you have presented in courts today, Banshee. By John! This is the same title of the subject of this debate. Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is recitable. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, would it be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes? And the entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was a marital discord. Without going into details, it appeared that Mr. Gallivant was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Gallivant, even in the midst of the flame. Oh, how awful! I couldn't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Raleigh? Said the one pulling his scarf. Absolutely not! Shaw! My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, Shaw! Doesn't she drag your scarf a lot? Had all my favorite old novels in that case. As the fire has got them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There I was, up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. And certainly books coming to the dozen. The man had back against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him? Good gracious! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed convincingly at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No! A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted in the very evening of the incident, and there was no reports of the Gallagher's windows pane being broken. And that's quite true. We also saw no signs of broken glass when we visited the Gallagher's house. But it's not inconceivable that the window was open at the time, not even remotely. Let's not forget the scene, the season, the chilling weather that accompanied. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Ah! But what if you had a fire? That does the defense postulate a scenario in all seriousness. You earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gallivant's wife. Yeah, I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Quite enough. It's your number 4. Yep. Well, I hope that everyone can see for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. I'm just stating facts here, miss. Really? Claiming you're a little tough was a whole neighborhood alright, honestly. Implying that I am merely posing for SMAs for appearance sake? How could you? It's nothing more than the beastly case of any of it. And it's all you're done is sully your family's name. No, I assure you that it was never my intention. Bringing up an upstanding citizen's name but simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I shall box your ear. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. That's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Yeah, I know it's not going to be easy. We have some very awkward history with this man. Here we go. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I knew it was going to be very hard to convince juror number 1 and juror number 4 in this case, given our awkward histories with them. Of course, it's the 2 we knew. Yeah. Awkward history is great. How long have we sat here now listening to this nipotent spouting from his fancy foreign series? Yep. What's the lawyer doing? Being very unexperienced and oblivious. But, think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly stab the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you are right. It's true. Yes! What did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Her? Sorry? More shot? I love jury number 6. Jury number 6 is my favorite, by the way. And it's always been the case. Jury number 6 has been my favorite. Well, it would appear at the time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What's your position, Lord Franchique? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protraction proceedings. But then, one must exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No! Wait! The mystery of the 4th book still hasn't been... He's so hot! As you can tell, Buncheek is my favorite. He's so hot! If the books you are in petition to my learned friends, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discouragement. This courtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's capabilities for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Not again.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Thank you for that unbeginning response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruto, don't give up. Huh? Misato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting we're gonna do it again? Of course. The defense has its rights to another 7-station examination. You could still convince the jurors to change their mind. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a 7-station examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. No time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Yeah! But that's where we're leaving it! Because my voice is tired and I have a cold. Actually, 1 second. If it's just only like one part of the trial, then left, I probably will continue if there is like more investigation. So that's all I'm looking up. No, we'll just finish the chapter. It's fine. Here's the thing about the hug. I don't know how the hug's gonna work. Quite frankly. Also, I don't know why this is here. This shouldn't be here. That was a channel point reward that I added before I became a VTuber, and I don't know how actually to go forward with it because I have like no animation for the hug, so it's basically there just to kind of waste channel points because I truly don't have a way for people to hug. The closest I got so far is this. Hold on. Sorry if you guys to see my settings here. Is this. That kind of. But that's all I can do for now. I'll eventually get something for hugs, but that's all I really can do. So that's just the case. So yeah, we're just gonna finish up this case. We're not ending that. Not now. We have more adventures to worry about. But we're not going to start a new chapter this time. So I have considered the defense counsel's request for further summatation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summatation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. It is going to be very hard to convince them. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you out now to clearly and concisely for the court. On the grounds on which you found the defendant guilty of this crime. The jurors contentions. The accused left behind the evidence of the scene, did he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even the woman was throwing books. It can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book. Yeah, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring some pay tonight, I'd totally be in a bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me the sneezers. Yes, considerably more intangible arguments from all jury's members this time around, it seems. With no notable exception, of course. My learned student friend from the undeniable finds faults in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it's indeed the accused seen from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the odds of the witness are correct, it would seem as the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued that any other way. That means, I'm afraid, during the summatation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even be constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and method of which the attacker conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Tanado, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. That's quite enough for Ian. Proceed with the summatation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel. Yeah. Yep, definitely. Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Renosuke, focus your mind. Clearly, the key to the summatation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Miss Gallopin. We have a book that disappears from the Gallopin's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to line the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes! Well, don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Galvin and how she reacts. Even to things other people say. So, you're saying we need to pursue. Defense's rebuttal! I think he's left behind an evidence of the thief, did he not? Those 3 books of his.
Hold it!
But as we know now, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have. That's the part I have a problem with. Sorry. Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, the landlord fellow was at home with she throwing a fiery scalp with his wife or something. He said. That's not exactly how I put it. Well, anyways, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the impotence of. Honestly, I can't see what over hell's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision. Oh my, what such light on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, Metapatrillian, and rational woman. That's great. If only one reads the morning papers. It's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, as an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man who is implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony, it's so desperate to have one or more 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that that man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, magnificent, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? would only be too happy to consider a new exciting theory if you come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and mid-brilliant young lady. Right. I'm glad you're admitted rational there. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed, can it?
Hold it!
Well, what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there is just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecution fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London's are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window isn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see. But you couldn't categorically state the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have been open. Then what's the point of even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly repel his figure. You know, Phoenix has to get it from somewhere, right? Sorry, my lord. Somehow I need to show that there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to push us twice. Dearie me, if it was only a little book, probably life-threatening even with a dark pit.
Hold it!
But a little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary pop. Well, he brought it up himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Yeah, yes. Yep. Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might here be risen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Gilligan. Never you mind that. The point is we're having a jawless little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions, whatsoever, to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about you, juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning here of his Calip's relentless onslaught. And someone says he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Hold it!
You just want us to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, me and him both then, like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day's laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down the Sir Emerald tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about. You know she can be fierce. Believe you me. That's shining my example of material bliss then. I said you realizing this like this cropped up the other day. It was don't you know, it's funny, I can't quite remember. Sorry. It was too frightening. This thing? I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beach would ever drag the flames, the scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. And come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me the speech.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the dependence capability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? I wish last winter my grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 5 candles on top, it did. It was the size of a hole. You put candles on a cake? But was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not! It was angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that common and custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruto. Anyways, I must muster all my puff and blow them out. Only I must have blown them wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place was filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like a devil worship to me. Devil worship to me. And by sneezes, I'm presuming it's a cult, but how did you catch a cold from fire? Or Pernatio was it? The grandchildren flushed them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. No, because the whole room was filled with smoke, of course. We had to open all the windows to clear it. Tough fun she is. The windows. The Britain winter air washed over me like the devil dancing over my grave it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. Put me in the hospital for a while. Won't forget my birthday in a hurry. I knew it. It was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Nathan, could have attacked a young woman on the street. As we all know, he or she could have done it. Yes, but then again, Jura's statements are full of personal prejudgment. A lot of them are convinced they're right, even if the face of logical arguments to counter. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternate explanation. Yes. I don't necessarily find contradictions between their assertions. Just connections might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go for a strike. That's the spirit! Do I want to pit juror number 3 against juror number 6? I'll try it.
Objection.
Those two juror statements are clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me! Huh? What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up! Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? You know the devil worship thing? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Oh yes, of course. But that was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, you'd be mad not to open the... You understand? Oh! Now you understand juror number 3, why I pit you against number 6? Exactly! On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Mr. McGill's household. And Mr. Gilbert had the following to say about it. The whole place was filled with smoke. Oh, my hat!
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Miss Galvin! Oh, dearie me! What's the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I was hiding who I really am? It's impractical to confirm something for the court. So please, if it's time to drop the Pretend now. What is it? When the fire started in your house on that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insulating? The room would have been tricked with thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught on fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him such a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop strong until the anger subsides. It's terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have to add that to Miss Gallagher's formal statement. Now that you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I clean forgotten about it. That's true. The fourth book finds out the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book, as the fact that Mr. Gallagher told us he would have been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he's been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could have laid my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it? Yes. He rather enjoyed reading it. You're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw things whatever you can lay your hands on, as well as you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. What's that, jury number 5? What is it, jury number 5? You know something? I remembered what it was. The memory that I blocked out. Ha! You're welcome, jury number 5. Ah. It was listening to what this granny was saying brought it all flooding back. How you call the granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Miss Galloway, or the maid, I'll have you know. She's kind of both. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's used to being hit all the time. It was 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work. Like, I put my hands in my pocket for the wage I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh! The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. Oh god! She threw a knife! I couldn't hardly get words out. I told her straight. I've lost the day's wage, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me. It did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the sandals. Sure, I was going to end up face down in muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the words lightly again. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that When a woman loses her rag, they'll throw anything knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Nanado, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and refined. Yes, Miss Sato, I know. You haven't thrown a book at me, and you thought I murdered Kazuma. No, I wasn't thinking that. Like I said, you haven't thrown a single thing at me. You just threw me. Actually, no! Objection to that statement! She thought we had, 5 Sato takedowns taken on us and a Sato squash! Throwing household objects at people is, it's so uncivilized. Yeah, that's why you go for the Sato takedown. At least with attack with honor. Using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyways, this man's word could be rather significant, I think. Alright, well, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. She was chopping meats with it. At the edge. Believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It all started with a smile. That smile she threw at me and then it was hurting. And then, since the things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was cups, then glasses, then a pot, then a kettle, then a chair, then a wardrobe. Can I take that wardrobe? Sorry, I just wanted to make that joke. A cooker, a bathtub. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the sandbowl. Still, she's not bad when she's come down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think the whole idea of ladies first is that we're so obsessed with in this country. Start off by some clever lads who've been tossed into the fams a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement sounds like a real extremely antidote. But I think I might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. And a weapon I might be able to make the jurors accept an alternate explanation here. In their houses, there's the fire eater, there's smoke that chills against your machine. He's left behind evidence of the scenes and he has the 3 books of them. If there was a noble alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. The window could have been open when the woman was throwing books at me, and that's definitely a possibility. Now that you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time I completely forgot. The knife really brought that home to me.
Hold it!
Did you change your statement from before? Well, yeah, sure, was one moment, most memorable birthday issue. I couldn't let that go unremembered. I'm sure the defendant will be delighted when you hear you'll be using his trial to explore your past. And how is that memory related to this case exactly? Oh, sorry, I shot. You'll have to speak up, I'm afraid. Never mind! He's deaf as a post. When he wants to be. But actually, this old man's antidote might just prove the alternate explanation I need to make my point to the other jurors. Well, use them my birthday this year. It's safer that way. And it still seems like they're devil worship to me. The window was His shoes left behind evidence of the scene to gain those books of those. If there was some unknowable explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. The window could have been opened. I don't know how to proceed from here. This might be a crazy theory.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly have deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be such a novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime, originating in Mr. Gallivan's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equitably possible that some other objects besides the book could have been found its way from the Gallivan's household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mr. Gallagher could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insulting now, you little beanhole? I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might what happen. Now that you listen here, you Eastern Gallivant, as a foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us a urine about this other object making its way about the house, but what of it? What is it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That could be a bold accusation to make, but I have no real evidence to back it up. But I am certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain to the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Gallivan's household to the scene of the crime was the jackknife!
Take that!
Jury number 4, Miss Gallivant. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man! My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. Gallagher were in abstrobes in an argument. Gallagher was hurling anything she could at her husband, who has been backed up against the window. A window that has been opened to the clear of the smoke, and through which a book sailed into the landed at the crime scene. You can't be seriously that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out the window across the street and landed neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus hasn't got aim like that. Yes, I admit there is many details we don't understand yet. But that's the point. This is precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Ah! Mr. Galabid, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh! Ah! My lord! I wish to change my decision. I am a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly did not see this coming, but... Fair boy! I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end with so many unanswered questions. That's exactly how I felt about Mr. McGill's trial. And I'm sorry I had to pit you as a murderer. Mr. Foreman! I have to agree. Not that I think that Granny didn't mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at this moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Oh, but you're number 6. I don't really necessarily need that, but still, juror number 6. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Nanado! So, as a result of his dissemination examination, the number of jurors are leaning has changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of the court is divided. And the trial will continue. Now then, Lord Von Sheik, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? What tricks do you have up your sleeve this time? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is repugnant, and it's good for nothing to save the Galder. If I may, my Lord Von Sheik. The defense just put forward an incredible alternative explanation for what happened. Incredible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke, to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting. You must that all your familiars better with the relative position of the place that's been discussed. What do you mean by that? What's this angle this time? It should already be more than apparent, but between the crime scene and Mr. Gallivan's household, it runs a rather wide street, Ballard Road. Which means that the distance from the Gallivan's household to the scene is 15 yards. That means 15 yards. Around 14 metrics. 14 metrics? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies of the gentlemen of the jury are rightfully notice have potential significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the small-string book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house that traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the claps of the victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow in your into a trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back. This fantasy is somewhat stretching of a notion having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even the pathetic Seals detective stories have more believable plots. Ah! There's nothing I can say to that. That the prosecution loves the sound of his own voice. Misato! Seriously, detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, may I be allowed to As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider this idea a fantasy. But what if the defense has preluded what was believable enough to sway the jury to change its leaning? And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternate explanation as early as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Gallivan, must be called to testify to submit cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order. Well, this is highly irregular. This is unconsidered for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
And unnecessarily. The Lord Von Cheek. He's not asking for forgiveness for this stuff anymore. There are already witnesses in the stands who have testified to the defenses may further cross-examine. If I learn Friends Fresco series has any truth in it, then both the burning books and the jackknife must have been flown to the sky before the couple's eyes. And we must assume that they would have been able to testify accordingly. What do you say, witnesses? Yeah, sure. Considerably relevant bid. Reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing off until now. Sir! I haven't slept for a month on account of the villain who has been appearing on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, those London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I have been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Raleigh, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh! And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State 4 Swiss to court any details of opportunity. The defense's alternate explanation of the events. Yes! Sha! This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mr. Gallagher. Believe me, a London Bobley is good for his word. You see, sir, the window on the top floor of the Gallagher are high-range sense. Obviously, if anything has been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch some help, but my trusty Royally was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report from that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Tops hinged cement windows. That detail was not in the police report constabled. Ah, yes. Sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sin with drowsiness every town constable. No, stop! Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinged cement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such dry remarks, my learned friend. I'm truly concerned. I don't even know what they are. I'm gonna Google it quick. Oh! Oh, that's what they are. Okay. Guess they don't have those in Japan. Of course. Sorry. I found it, Mr. Natado. Cast your minds on the back of the windows of Mr. McKill's room. Alright, I'll try. So the windows in order to open the air circulate inside the house. But as the top hinged cement windows, it swings along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you're rectifying your ignorance. A case window is most competent feature. It is, say, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened from beyond a certain point. Well, it prevents opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were been thrown through the window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down into the pavement below. No. There is never any possibility of either book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, needless, the window pane has been shattered, or something we have discounted already. That can't be true. Do you see that, Raleigh? That young Japanese man must just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw it. He crumbled before me. Oh, Raleigh, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and my arguments have been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, and the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh god. Another desperate situation.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. Has the noble founding as a principle for written on the reminder of all policemen on sworn duty. He should have that before, didn't he? He did? I can't say remember. To patrol the streets of London and town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. And that's why I can sit here today belong my long-suffering wife and tell you that Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Oh, Raleigh, you're so manly. Oh, of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, that. Oh, Raleigh. God damn it, they're doing it again. I feel the exact same. No, none of this is what I meant. I feel the exact same way, Renosuke. I meant, how could you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mr. Gallagher? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier. Huh? Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir! I will answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a friendly reason that Mr. McKelligan and the Mystic dispute can't be related to this case. Before I get to that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the Great British Institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some of the tales of us London Bobby and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warning card for your per usual. But I must warn you, I won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Examine. We have new evidence we must examine. Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve peace within his allotted beat. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furthermore community relations. Item 1. Any crime that falls under jurisdiction of the beat within there is discovered. Item 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist in initial investigation to help his detectives.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct? Yes, sir! There's just there to allow a bit of air to through the house, you see, so they're restricted as how much they can open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would have simply struck the panel and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark it on the map. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite of the scene of the crime. In other words, on the other side of a rather large wall. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge cement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of window Mr. McGilligan has house is furnished with? Ah, well, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Miss Beats? Sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering that that's all. We're really so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course, I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky that it didn't happen on Raleigh's beat. So it's so close, you see. Oh, I haven't realized. Oh, yes, that street, Ballard Road. That's the boundary between Raleigh's beats and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Does he doze off again? Constable Beat. Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the accountants of the Gilbert's house yesterday. Their house was on my beat, you see. That really was getting it close then. Constable, I would wonder if you could clarify something. If the Gilbert's household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Gilbert's house? Yes, madam. The pavement on the side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman has been attacked just on the other side of the Baylor Road, we would have never been able to go for the meal for our celebrate our anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobby, tirelessly working for the benefits of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Wally for all of his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, my pet, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure that we have information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Natado. I'll take care of this immediately. Thank you. And now it's my turn. Now it's my turn, I think. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun has gone down and it was already dark. Oh, but Raleigh and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky before our lucky star. Sorry. The stars have guided us to eternal happiness. And it guides you to answer the question. It's a swimming booger. If a swimming book has crossed the sky of the apprentice, it would have been like a shooting star. And if I seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Not Raleigh being an inspector, I would have said it at least 3 times. Of course, that would be with smog and everything. We couldn't see his stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir! That's correct, sir! As sure as the night sky is London or starless, sir. That certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Raleigh was there making sure nothing was disturbed. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If that had been Raleigh's beat, I would have known exactly where it was, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can expect to know the location of every police box in every beat. So Raleigh told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way. Alright, sure, my darling. That's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat! Oh, Polly! Oh, please. My thoughts exactly, Renosuke. So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Raleigh was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sah! I didn't take my eyes off the scene of the crime for a moment, nothing to report of the front, sah. Nothing to report. That's correct, sah. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing else was removed from it. I can swear that on the yard's honor, sah. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burned copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Gablet's household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as if you were the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? It's just one that happens to be burnt as well? Even if that was possible, why would the victim have been gripping the book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived on the scene. Is that so? Is there something about this statement that's not being right with me? The two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her bag and how the book ended in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. I'm just trying to. I'm just practicing my right to summontation exam. And you know how earlier how the jury number 6 said it was like, you have to pee. Yeah, I have to pee now. So we'll be right back. Okay, we're back now. What? I wasn't really. I mean, what is she doing? Please, because I'm a woman doesn't mean my testimony is any less valuable. You might just see me as a wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word. I am. I really don't remember even suggesting that I did it here. No excuse. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, will you let me speak, will you? Yes, Miss Beats, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of the least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that! This Japanese man thinks the policeman's wife is where this counts for nothing, does she? Well done, sir. Well, I might let you get away with something like that, but my Raleigh won't. Duly noted. Miss Beat, may I humbly ask you to continue? What could you possibly be about to say? I know what I saw with my eyes. It never let me down. My sense of direction is a bit off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Miss B, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw very clear. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back is thinking away from the scene of crime. Any more insults you want to throw at him? And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying into the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I made arrangements to meet Raleigh. He's ever so cross. Oh, what are you, like Zoro for One Piece? But excuse me, Zoro. I mean,
Excuse me.
Roldy. Constable seat. Is there a problem? Nasa, no problem, sir. Did your wife remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Miss Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over of mine, but she was gone for a bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone for 15. Oh, Raleigh, you're such a tease. But the reason it was so long because of the boutique, silly. The boutique? Sorry, what boutique are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Raleigh's so romantic. He saved up for it with his farthing and his happenings. He found the gutters of his browns. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Haven't you, my darling? Oh yes, but that's just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to Really? Oh? What was that all about? Guncho and Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruto. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Miss Beat about the boutique. Mr. Beat, this boutique you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I would love to. What happened was I dropped my broke and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the boutique at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked. I dropped the boutique Giroli gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't cutting a light, so I didn't notice it for a second. And then you went to the police box to report to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my boutique again. But the funny thing is, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Miss Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. That's That's right, silly me. I got over the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the boutique this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't. So the boutique somehow moved it from the other side of the road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick up the boutique again when we left the scene. That beautiful Rose Raleigh me was that change from the gather he spent instead of reflecting so long. By boutique, do you perhaps mean this solitary rose? Oh! Oh! Yes! That's it! That boutique Raleigh brought me for our anniversary! It was all bits of change you found in the gutter! Maybe just call it a rose? Tell us, Lord Von Cheek, where did you come by this flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement and in front of the Gibbeld house. In front of the Gibbeld house? Although it wasn't a notice until the morning, as it laid where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be no relevance of the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir! Thank you! I can't believe I ever thought no. No, I think if for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. Anniversary boutique has been entered in. Examine! An English rose. Such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take interest in flowers, Mr. Naruto? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know it was 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes. Plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Surely we are Japanese! Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning something that aren't fruit tree based, for example. In English. It's a very stylish paper that the photos represent, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruto. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped up a stone-baked sweet potato in English paper, it might look like something sort of fancy cake. Ah, Sato-san, you do love your cakes. I think that's all we're going to get from the... Are we sure we got everything in the book? Let me see. The book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it would be something I have heard... Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of that book by that name before, and very recently, too. It's a title I recognize, too, Mr. Naruto. Details: young woman rendered unconscious, victim location, reporting officer, Raleigh beats. Victim remains unconscious, circle and was on. But it's a symbol of her love. I want it back after the trial! Do you hear me? I want it back! Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Miss Beats. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing to say to the report on that front, sir. Shaw. Wait. Yes? The whole idea of invisible attacker. Moment, nothing strange. But hear me out. Lovebird. You claim that there was nothing to report in the 15 minutes or so you were guarding the scene. But that can't be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Miss Beat, you explained to the court that you were arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to the beat. But the petechia dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of the Bailey Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of the mere petite, as if a single rose, a single starry blossom can be so described. No doubt it was blown by the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belonged.
Objection!
But if that was the case, why did the concerned beat not testify to that fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Conservators swore on Scotland's Yard honor. But the petite belonged to me. It had nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, that's not only the petite you were talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mr. Beast's big teeth, there is Mr. Gallagher's book. Mr. Gallagher's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the cement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Miss Beat's boutique, what should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. Gallagher's house. There's no logical explanation for those things. Unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? What are you talking about? Sounds like my Roy has done something wrong. Don't listen to a word that scrawny lawyer said. Whittling on about books and boutiques. Why should we care about it? It's nitpicking what it is. Oh God, Miss Gallabid's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Miss Gallabid. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Natado. But the person responsible for the tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You barely heard the term before? Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have the cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is somebody who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. And all the evidence around the testimony points to one particular person. This royally. Counsel, I must demand you summate this conjuring. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person who it could have been. Consent royally beat. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of the Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would my Raleigh do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband, and no Bobby works for tirelessly than for the people of London. Mr. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene was the only opportunity anyone who had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. All lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. If that was true, Constable C would have seen him do it. Oh, and plus he was seen running from the scene. And forget me for pointing it out, but when you drop your boutique, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well.
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife. Now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Your claims to the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reasonable reason why someone would commit such a reckless crime. Hide something. That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. But why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make any sense. You offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. He has a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Natado, have you managed to solve this mystery? Nope. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. Despite being Japanese and all, but it's fine, whatever. If you're mistaken, I'm sure you need to point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irreparably damaged, and I will go back to Japan, yes. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive behind this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Hansel Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. It has to be where the victim fell. Guys, hear me out. The West Side is not his. The West Side is not his beat. But you know what is his beat? Wait, no. The McGill house. So, fell to the ground. That's what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Balliard Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone doesn't already know. That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, it isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this Chuma's trial will end, Counsel. If that's your observation, the court is dying to know, my Nipotence friend. Where are you proposing the crime actually took place that evening? Isn't it simple? It took place here. But that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Gallivan's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your boutique mystery never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment that the attack took place. That's right! I saw it with my own eyes! If that was 5 o'clock in the evening and it had already dark, there was typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of the Balliard Road. No, that's not true! It can't happen! Constable Pease would then arrange for you to be absent for a while sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the scene of the crime. He moved all the things to show his print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Ballard Road. Extraordinary. But the considerable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The boutique, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago that the discovery of the Rose Boutique, Lord Von Cheek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it were laid where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it could have been seen in the dark, obviously, which is why it was only the boutique that was found on its original position on the pavement on the west side of Ballard Road. And that is the defendant's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Considerable royal beat. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Raleigh! Isn't it true? It isn't true, but the lawyer said it was all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, richest man I know. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things that I did that night. Everything came out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! on earth is this the meaning of all of this? Well, Raleigh, why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim's dead. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am sorry, ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why on that particular evening, Constable B felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You foreigner. Presume an understanding mind of a Scotland policeman? And yet, Lord Von Cheek, it is this new foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this explanation of Young's lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. English, Japanese. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are all the same. And I think I have fairly a good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives the motive for the constable seizing for unthinkable actions?
Take that!
It's simple. He's tired. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I only have just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that through honorable patrolling the beats is the most damning work in the world, for example. Keep the peace, looking after the citizens of his beats are in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is in charge with a great deal today, to each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? Ow. On the account of this boutique, my lord. Oh yes, it was her first wedding anniversary. Are you guys forgetting that? He didn't want... Beat didn't want the crime to be taken place on his beat, so he wouldn't have to work. Hansel Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and it was looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Miss Breed stumbled upon the crime scene along Ballard Road. When he saw the shadowy figures through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of him, what must have gone through this man's But sir! Just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss B puts up with a lot being married to a body like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I cared. This is the warning card that Kazuma Speeds offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules of patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, the policeman must assist with an initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Pencil beats. Is it, or is it not, the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said is all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Control Beats' beat. Good gracious! Conceivable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I have ever accused God, or I've ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat! The criminals could be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had everything attention of doing my duty as a police officer. We got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what it meant for me. When the crime is discovered on his beat, the policeman must assist with an initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why does this have to happen here? Not why tonight of all nights? Why? It was a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime. So I told Pat she had to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, in Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mushroom Street, then. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just wanted one night to take my Patricia out to dinner. Oh, Riley. I just wanted that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire scene of the crime outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Valley Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did! Otherwise, my Raleigh would never have left that poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God gave me back all my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I brought for Pat. Oh no, Raleigh, that's all my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Raleigh. And can you tell us, Constable? Well, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Huh? Oh, 4, was it? Yes, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Miss Natsum, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs to Galba's house, of course. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand? And all the others were scattered helplessly around, I mean. Oh, well, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. Are you sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that was the victim holding? Oh yes, no doubt about it, interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated in the court record. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There was only 2 people at the scene. And Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who did it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think of moving it all of it to the other side of the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, my Lord Von Cheek. I believe this concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir! Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Raleigh? What will happen to him? For now, you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due, of course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir! Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may be to you. Yes, carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of the crime. Never again, sir? You mean to say? Leave, now. This trial's not over yet. Not over yet. Stop! Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever saw Sir Parody transplanting the entire scene of the crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are still some unadmissible facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Sakuma's name, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there's someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being preemptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility as well. Lord Von Cheek, is this true? Very well. Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objections to the trial continuing. You will name this other person for eternity.
Take that!
Excuse me? I'm afraid I was unable to hear you, Counsel. Again, please, and louder this time. Take that! I dare say my learned friend's timid tone is a reflection of his confidence as his answer. Ugh. So it is, Joan. So that's what all the sweat is about, isn't it? Ah! Now we have established where the victim actually collapsed. Yes, okay.
Take that!
Take that! The defense would like to again request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again. My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joan Gallivan. Me? Me? Oh, dearie me!
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mr. Gallivan, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Gallivan. In the course of this argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks over Ballard Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the plane of the top of the top hinged cement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself in rage. As such, you drew not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Gallivan. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Ah! I don't recall it. Seriously? How else am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regatta said the members of the jury must need to testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I had no recollection of saying that at all. Of juror number 4. Yes, I have no recollection of him saying that whatsoever either, juror number 4. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Oh! Make no mistake. Your jurors are not special in any way. You're not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Gallivan? Now do you listen to me? I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the injured in someone. Did you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, then the poor woman. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're just going to insist this being my fault. You're going to have to prove it to me that I served that knife that you're thinking. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Then testify. Well, Mr. Nadado, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Literally. Then take the stand, juror. Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Von Cheek. I'm going to have to testify? Juror number 4. As I'm sure you appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths to be unearthed. Truths of which the witness themselves may not even have been aware of. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unaltered testimony, Miss Gallivan. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsel? Certainly, my lord. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is John Gallivan. And I'm a juror, and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't even know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify the matters of this case. Do you understand, madam? Oh, yes, my lord! You will tell the court everything that took place in your household in the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. And you're out of your chair? What the hell? It wasn't only you in that room that day, old thing, was it? Rather thank God to testify as well, don't you? But what about your near, dear? Don't you worry about that. I hardly noticed it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Gallivan? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Renegade of the 4th North sir. See my fair of action and now living the quiet life as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spies on the day in question? Well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear the testimony now of juror number 4 and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and precisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Start at once. The battles of the Cabal. Yes, sir. On the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. She had a bookmark that was addressed to, a James, I believe. If it was, it's been 2 weeks since I did the investigation. Knocked over a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, so it got the window. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say if I noticed one or two went missing, I'm afraid. That volley in the victim's back really was one of ours. You have a job proving it, I think. It sounds like, though, it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although, one entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy was caught up on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy has kept shelling for us another minute, we would have been toast. Of course, the veteran sense of myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gant whiskers from death at any moment. Are we still talking about the marital quarrel here? Well, are you sure, Your Honor? I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origin of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such as surroundings barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than we have already testified. This may be a dead end. Van Sheik may very well be right. Well, whatever the chances. We only have one last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruto. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Pretty much can't recall the reason now. I do remember the reason. The reason. Is that what you told us? That's what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly. It was shattered because of a note that was tucked into a page of a book belonging to Mr. Gallagher. A rather passionate note, in fact. When Mr. Gallagher found the note, discovering her husband's little secret, and she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too. What solid state of affairs? Hell on earth. It seems that they appealed. The slaps have healed. I say, whenever the chap says he doesn't recall such a thing, it's common necessary not to drag upon it. And besides, half of it was the wide mark, of the mark, anyways. A likely story. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after the multiple blows to the face? Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon, the fire also spread to the items, the furniture to the bookcase, my armchair, and anything of mine, really. Just so happened there was some water around the evening, so I sloshed it around and put it out. A most pretentious situation you put yourself in. Ours three-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected. Having to draw water from the public water pumping during the day. Well, I'll be right back. I need to get some water. I am very close to this truth. You can't. We're back. Having to draw the water from public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodge is always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although I believe that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Nose, yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. And also, Miss Sato, have we found a place to stay yet? That's one of the biggest questions I have during this entire thing. Has the Renosuke and Sato found a place to stay? Well, anyways, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, unfortunately, and meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire. As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. Yeah, be warned, guys! If a woman wants to throw, she'll throw. But at the end, I'll never throw again. That's most certainly not the true Sato of a Sato takedown, Mrs. Naruto. How does she know what I was thinking that? So, please, cast your mind back to try to remember. Was the knife among the items you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel like I must point out that I am no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, a garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin. John! Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Gallivan! That's so true. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remarks just now bring something to your mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles that the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker. I do seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit. Ah! Good grief, woman! No, we're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with the teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have done such a thing as you, obviously. Well, take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened, then? Your pipe, sir. Had this thing on my hand, and you had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked clean out. It was one of her soft projectiles. She did, yes. When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see. Your pipe was broken. It would never have been Nothing unnecessary was hit by something pretty solid. Anyways, I've managed to bandage this thing up now. Huh, you're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder if we should make up this account. It could be important. The defense believes Mr. Gallagher's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words are only telling us one thing. Betrayer of a fiery wife and pipes. Well may be as hard as it may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to formal testimony. Indeed, common sense might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to integrate yourself with a young lady. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Examine! It looks to be in sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous. It's like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Miss Gabbitt's dressing. I suppose it must have considered sentimental value to Miss Gallagher, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that or he can't afford to replace it. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently. And see how there's a little scrapes of dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand-in-hand with getting some value. This particular nick is catching your eyes. Because it's clearly new. I think that's all we can of the pipe. Get from the pipe. I hope I didn't speak out of turn. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you and your request to turn down. Oh no, it's fine. In fact, I think it might be the case. Thanks to Dr. Sun, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thanks for that, rebuttal, Mr. Gallagher. Now if you could return to the subject matter. What can you tell us about the knife used to attack the victim? Plenty of knives were around our place. Couldn't say I've noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid.
Hold it!
Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather spots of carving, you see, pipes are and whatnot, so fish tackling, you know, of the sort. It's the passion we both share. I'd like to carve a little wooden trinket, too. And there's my leather work. Sorry to say, but we're always losing knives about the place, so we have dozens of the same. They sell them at the market sometimes. 24 for a piece, price of 19. Needless to say, I snapped them up. John first used 2 knives at mealtime, too, and a knife and a fork. Now, John, we don't need people thinking that I'm sort of that. Yeah! Here we go again with the scalding. Why are they being so evasive? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. That they can bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. In which case it's entirely understandable for them, but still. It's not like you're going to be accused of murder. Sir! So you have no intention of omitting it with your knife, unless we can produce fruit. Even though there's no other credible possibility for Mr. Nadado's innocence.
Objection!
You forget my innocence, friend. That it's yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. It's the only way. If there's only some way to know that the... But I suppose specifically that's just a dream. Did I examine the pipe thoroughly? Damn it. It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it. Hold it! What's this? Oh! Something just pinked inside the chamber of the pipe here. Yes, I saw it! Something struck in here, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like a tip of a blade or something. There's a tip of a blade. Surely it couldn't be. Of a knife. Oh, look here, Mr. Nadado. Just the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I just got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Galabit's pipe. Yes. And just maybe. Oh my! It's the perfect fit! Somehow, I just knew it. I suppose was a dream. Perhaps you're thinking of the fingerprint, Mr. Nadado. What? You mean it's not a dream? What sort of wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern of their skin, or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are really countries in this world where so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter with the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion. That knife we found in the victim's back was originally Mr. Gallagher's house. If only if I could translate this whole incident into several years in the future. I know what to do now. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did. Mr. Galabit, you shouldn't have just said the words you were saying. Objection. Mr. Galabit, can I ask you to take a good look at this piece, please? As you ask, but I can't see a Bentley thing. You can't? You used to call me a dead-eyed dead back in the day, regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to charge a large print by the fires these days. Ah, so you're blind as a bat. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing the ask of every other letter in the word. You must D be very dusty. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first judged to be a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gallivant's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove! I wonder how it got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Cancel? Are you suggesting that in some way it's related to the matter of stabbing of the Valley Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court records, I believe that this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole case, my lord. I love how she's on a box. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. I already proved it. To myself. Very well then. Present the permanent evidence to the court. What evidence paired with this fragment of metal allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? A jackknife.
Take that!
This is a knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade that's missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt the tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishes somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gallagher's pipe. Ah! Ah! Good grief! Lord Von Cheek! I don't believe it. This knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! That's my favorite line. Good golly gosh. Ora! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? If you want to think so, Your Honor, then yes. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Von Cheek has figured it out, has he? Counsel! Explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord! The crucial point that we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal inside this find its way in Mr. Gallagher's pipe? Sometime that clarifies for us in the most recent witness testimony. I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Not to clean out it with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between the two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mr. Gallagher flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Gallagher, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and when the tiny piece of the blade found its way in Mr. Gallagher's pipe, the chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. Ah. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Galliot's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back of the street below. Good gosh. Oh dear. Oh. No!
Objection!
What are you going to say here? A fault-ball-y theory. I give you that. A complex boutique that seems trivial points possibly arranged to create the most possible vintage. Allow me to toast to my learned friends, characteristically Nipotent's approach to following his arguments. Sorry? But after all, it's just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's void by similar inconsistency and inconsistency. What? Lord Von Sheik, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you complain to be identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah! That's right! You silly little man! Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the base facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling onto the ground. If the knife was struck, it has fallen from above. There's no possible way it could have been planted. It could have planted itself into the victim's back. Yeah! Quite right. You see, that's exactly it. The knife has fallen from her above. Wait! Objection! The book! The book! If you recall, if we all recall, Mr. Bean's testimony, he stated the following. When I moved the victim, I placed the book in her hand because she was already holding it. Why would she be holding the book? It's strange that a book would just fall out of the sky, wouldn't it? So of course you would bend down to look at it. Welcome to... Oh shoot, I'm not wearing a hat right now. And you wouldn't even be able to see it right now. But I tried to flick my hat. I tried to flick it like Stroms would. Well, Renosuke. He lost it for words. Look, I knew it. I never liked this here in the first place. I don't know though. What really did happen. It would appear the defense had made a rather particular blunder. If a theory has even one consistency, it cannot stand. Objection! Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Objection! Renosuke! We were so close. I could see the truth. You can! The book! It's all in the book! I was so sure we were on the right track. We are! We are on the right track! You're just forgetting! Where was the book? But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. But it's not! Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the scenario will stand. Misato! You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruto. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then the way it will present itself. The key to this is in the court record. I'm sure all the information you need is there. I have the information! I know the answer! I just need Ryunosuke to think that he knows the answer! It seems you have nothing to say, my omnipotent friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. Acceptance of your theory is fatally flawed. Objection!
Objection!
Nailed it! This inconsistency doesn't mean that I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test! Yes! If the knife fell into the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel! There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can be explained how the knife fell and could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Oh goodness! Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece to the puzzle. If I can successfully make this, the truth will be laid at bare last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back. Forced book. The forced book found at the scene. The final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Galligan's book? Yes. To understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know now, it was the police contempt of the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his whole sale transplanting the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Kazuma made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place the book in the victim's hands? Oh, well, so that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own violation. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd be doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have the book in her hands? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Galligan's house on the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, in exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, A book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mr. Gallagher. What do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked up the book. Yes! That's exactly what the woman, in fact, did. She picked up the book. Oh, heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Sakinatsu. Well, I never! It appears to Mr. Natsu that the woman simply collapsed onto the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling from above her. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw none but the victim and his appearance stalked and attacked her. So there was never really a real culprit from the scene to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that accumulated in an unfortunate accident. And that's the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. Galloway? The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wonder if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Oh, Mr. Galloway. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but if it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw that knife as well. John dear. It's all right. I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! He's not as heavy as as strong as he used to be, right? Is that what's going on here? Lord Von Cheek, what's the news of Miss Galloway? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in a especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they have caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall not prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's still strange. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful! This woman's out of danger, it seems. Yes, that's good news. So, Mr. Sakinatsu, Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your destined to Eastern homeland to study in our great British culture, and have been repaid with an unmeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apology. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Knudsen. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Kazuma said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she's been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I've arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there's evil spirits lurking in this fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Sasuke-san. His imagination has really gotten the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman has been taken by the fog spirits. I shall never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police! Instead, I had managed to create a rift in the relationship between the trust between our two empires, and for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say some sort of mysterious spirits had been at work here. One that created the chain of unfortunate mishaps. We have been befooled by the spirit and led to a false conclusion. But thanks to Lord Von Cheek and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirits exorcised. I heartily condemn you both. Oh! Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In considering this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's capability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we have reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare that this truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me that's for sure. Sitting in the old beans, while she's out of action, But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I have a cult of story to tell my grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yay! Such a beautiful sight to see that. Very well. Mr. Sakimatsu, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Woo! Woo! Yay! Fireworks! I am so excited to actually see these now! I felt so guilty with episode 3. And finally, Mr. Natsu. Oh, yes, Mr. Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir. Of course. Not my life. I swear I'll never step foot in a courtroom again! 20th February, 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Amphitheater. Oh, Lockham! Wait. You mean me? Of course! Is there any other Lockham here? Is there even one? Compared to the original of Lockham student Mr. Naruto Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilation! Hardly, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsu is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then? Lockham, you did it! You saved me from the brinks! Well, that happened to be the poor woman. Well, what happened to that poor woman who was in no way of your fault, after all? I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that! Lovely, loyal, Lockham lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I just never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down at me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsu. But today, you Lockham lawyer gave me the gloom of the boot. You stood firm behind the Voltron bunch before all the babbling British. You battled the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks amongst the beam of the Bailey roof, I bellowed, "Behold, the best British ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful antidote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. And antidote? Is that what to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Sholmes! I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. I don't need your help anymore, Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you! I see I am here and had a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. No thanks to you. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto, and I wish you the very best of luck. Sholmes? I got the not guilty verdict. It's just finished. What? No! That was my haste! That was my haste! Ah! It's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh. Have we met, sir? Sholmes! That's the defendant! This is Mr. Natsu, the man that you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounter has taken place in this gloom. Either your Greek lodging or that pressing cell. I simply couldn't replace that curious face. In that light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through all of this terrible ordeal. I'm going to get you a piece of my mind! My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I had placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, have you not? She would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it wasn't avoidable, I'm sure. We're but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Oh, never mind that. Now then. What was it what you wanted to say to me, sir? Let me guess. Can't recall. Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I'm so sorry, really, but that's quite priceless. Or so, Eski-san. Still, on the bright side, you have been an extremely entertainment experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. You were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsun? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and not by the Reaper! Ah, Lord Von Sheep. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing the man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! It will be alright, Mr. Natsun. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! Why me? With a perfectly executed Sato takedown! Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Sato. So, Mr. Natsun, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh! It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I have been honored with the trivia of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city has its shape. And I have come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and to tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching. Or, perhaps, in less vile terms, you wish to retrawl your halfway around the world and escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learned of literature, the more the strange feeling calls in my inside. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Sasuke-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Mr. Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? What about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? Oh, a week has not yet passed since we arrived in London, and only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet. And you're accommodated in a hotel or present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodging before it bankrupts us. I have calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodging. Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but what of lacks in windows? The more makes up with the floor, and ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I would be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infernal wake-up call. Well, think about it. That's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodging with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it's up in the attic, though, I might add. Are you sure it's just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of peace, and Iris is cleaning it as we speak. Why, thank you for the raid I gave! But I think we're almost wrapping up here. We're almost at the end of the chapter here. And Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak. Happy Halloween! Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodging in the Great Detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. Though suggesting we look elsewhere is out of the question. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsun. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful! Then I'll go to complete the paperwork for our formal release. And Mr. Natsun shouldn't take long. Somebody's happy. Lockwell. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have you here in London. Have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsun. It's been a privilege to meet you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I have come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Lockwell, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. I wish you Godspeed, Natsun. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage happens to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruto? Yes, Mr. Shones. I have little doubt that Mr. Natsun will release in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Sasuke-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Shomes to what has become our new home, 221 Baker Street. February 20th, 4:41 p.m. The attic room. So this is... There's a ladder! Oh my gosh, we have to examine it! This is to be our office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? We have a ladder! And it's not a step ladder! I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? I never realized how hot you were. No, Von Sheik's my man. Hi, Mr. Shomes. Why, yes, thank you. It's a delightful room, Mr. Shomes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsun arrives. We have lots to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruto, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help but wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office in these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonders, opportunities, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you are well aware of the murkiness that lies behind the London's first third already. So once again, Mr. Natado. Welcome to London. Of course, at that time, I had no idea what the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke, but it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depths of the mark that lay beneath it. And achievement. Yes, we're definitely. Let's get back to the title screen real quick, because that's the end of our adventures today. So, I hope you guys all enjoyed the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm really happy that I was able to finish episode 4. We have one last episode for adventures before we get to Resolve, which is still technically part of the Chronicles. But after we get through with the entirety of the Chronicles, we will be there. I will be doing a Pokemon Shining Pearl Nuzlocke, which I am most excited about. Really, it's been a little bit since we played some Pokemon on this channel. I've been doing some Dynamax adventures, but again, I would like to mention that this is probably going to be the last stream until. This is going to be the last stream we have until probably Extra Life, so no streams this weekend. Most indecisively, there will be no streams this weekend. This week, but I will get to. I will be streaming next weekend during Extra Life. I'm just trying to see if there's anyone I can raid real quick before we head off, though. Because like I said, I think we're going to raid Hobbit, by the way. So get your raid messages ready. So this is the end. So here's the raid message. So I hope everyone here enjoyed. I have some things to do before I get to bed and get to go to bed and, all that jazz. But I hope everyone enjoyed tonight, and we'll be back for Extra Life this Saturday. Make sure to keep an eye out on Twitter and on Discord for for the official updates for when we are for all these adventures that we're going to be holding. So until then, I'll see you later. Bye!